Just talk to him every day. You don't have to be in the same faith I'm in, or you ain't got to call God the same thing I call him. But listen to me, you do have to call him, though. It's not gonna make your life easy. Faith don't make it easy. Faith makes it possible. All you want is the strength to get through your life. On the days that I feel like I'm not gonna make it, on the days that it feels like I can't endure anymore, I think back on my track record for surviving all my bad days. And so far, surviving all my bad days, my track record is 100%. It ain't about the money. I know a lot of very, very rich people that's miserable, not happy at all. I can bet you most of you are happier than most of the people I know. And I know some very, very wealthy people. And money don't make you happy. It helps you through a lot of situations. You know the only thing about money? Money takes all emergencies and turns them into mere inconvenience. That's what money does. Really, other than that, it's a lot to come with. People think when you get famous or rich that your problems is over. More money, more problems. But I'll tell you the truth right now. The problems I got right now, I'll take it. Because the problems I had when I was homeless, I don't want them now. Money gonna change your life a little bit, folks. All of you gonna get more. But you gotta ask for it. But if that's your desire to get more of it, you gotta ask God for it. If you wanna be happy or successful, you gotta ask God for it. Most people don't have the life of their dreams because you don't ask God for it. You have not because you ask not. If you up your ask, he will up his give. If you change what you ask God for, he immediately changes what he gives to you. You don't need an education to be successful. I flunked out of school. What God has for you, quit tying it in education. People kill me. I know people got 2 degrees, finna go back to school and get another. If you got 2 of them that ain't working for you, why would you go get another one of them? I know people that's mastered and PhD'd up, ain't even working. You don't need that. I'm telling you, man, your whole success is tied in your relationship to God. You can simplify this by getting in touch with your Creator. That's your key, man. Everything you're going through is preparing you for what you ask God for. You just gotta quit tripping while you're in the process, because the process is necessary. You may not see it now, but when he gets you on the other side of it, you're gonna see exactly why it went that way, and you're gonna be okay with it. But quit tripping during the process. Oh Lord, why me? You ain't the only one. Oh Lord, why me? You ain't the only one. Oh Lord, why I lose my job? You ain't the only one unemployed. Pull yourself together and quit tripping because you in the process. God is processing you. He ain't through with you. If he was through with you, you would not wake up in the morning. He gonna fix it. Everything is wrong. First of all, let me tell you this right here. Why are you tripping? I look back on my life at all that I've been through. So the stuff I'm currently going through, I have built up enough reservoir that living in the car taught me that this ain't it. So the things I'm going through now, I know this ain't it. That he gonna come get me in a minute. So all I gotta do is sit tight. I ain't in a bad place. Now I ain't where I wanna be, but the spot I'm in is better than where I was. I ain't homeless. Everything that's happening to you is God is processing. Every difficult moment you're having, He just processing. That's all He's doing. Everything you're going through is preparing you for what you ask God for. And if you need to be tough when you get to where you're going, then He gonna toughen you. If you gotta be more caring along the way, He gonna let you have some trials come your way that's gonna have to produce that in you. See, the route you on right now is the route you got to take. And it's very uniquely yours. This thing you're going through, this just uniquely yours. You just got to understand, you ain't the only one. You ain't the only one going through it. Now, in the order that it's going to happen, it's just yours. You have not because you ask not. It simply say you have not because you ask not. But you don't ask because you ain't got that together. When you ask God for something, quit tripping. He got it from Him. God can't give you what you want because you want to hold on to what you got. You all in the way. Now you telling Him how to bless you. You can't tell God how to bless you. It's a simple process. The only reason I'm telling you this, because this is how I made it. I just do me. I'm just being me. I stay uniquely who I am because you are okay just the way you are. Because God made you uniquely who you are. He wanted you to be just like you are. See, God made us very different. This God we got, God is amazing. He created you so individual. Do you know that it's close to 8 billion people on earth now? Do you know that it's almost 8 billion people on the earth? Do you know how many billions of people have died? Do you know that if you dig up all them people that have died and all the people that are presently here and every last one of them that He gonna make in the future, not one of you have the same fingerprint. Who do that? Who could possibly be so precise in His infinite wisdom that He created you so uniquely that ain't no two people got the same fingerprint? That's crazy, man. That's real crazy. I got in Amway when I was 21 years old. I'm gonna tell you the story. My distributor was this guy my sponsor was a guy named John Walker. I lived in Cleveland, he lived in Rochester, New York. I got laid off from Ford Motor Company. I wasn't working, so I didn't have no reason to get up in the morning. Every single morning at 5:30 on the dot, my phone would ring. I pick up the phone. Steve, this is John Walker. How you doing, man? It's gonna be a great day. How you feeling? Yeah, John. Hey, man, it's gonna be a great day. And he'd hang up. The next day at 5:30 in the morning, hello. Steve, this is John Walker. How you doing, man? It's gonna be a great day. How you doing today? John, I'm asleep, man. Hey, man, just want to tell you it's gonna be a great day. Click. Next morning, hello. Now I'm mad now. You know, this been going on a couple weeks, and I kind of know who it is. He didn't change a damn thing. Steve, it's John Walker, how you doing, man? It's gonna be a great day today. Man, I was so mad, man. I hang that phone up. 37 days in a row, he called me the exact same way because he was teaching us. I didn't know it, and every single day I picked the phone up. Yeah. Steve, John Walker, man. Yeah, John, yeah, it's gonna be a great day, click. And then one day, the 38th day, he told me how many days it was, he kept record. He picked up the phone, I said, hello? He said, hey, Steve, it's John Walker. I said, yeah, man. He said, man, can I ask you something? I said, yeah. He said, why do you answer the phone like that? I said, what are you talking about? He said, every time I'm talking, I've called you 37 days in a row, and you keep answering the phone like something. I said, hey man, got laid off, getting unemployment. You know, I ain't got to get up early, man. I said, what's up? He said, I'm really disappointed. He said, man, when you gonna change your attitude? I said, ain't nothing wrong with my attitude. He said, yeah, it is. He said, when you wake up in the morning, man, you got a bad attitude, which pretty much explains why you've been having a lot of bad days. And he said, man, I hate that about you, because you're such a cool dude. You got so much potential. He said, man, I'm sorry to bother you. And he hung the phone. Man, let me tell you something. That cut me so deep, man. Because, you know, I don't like nobody thinking I'm something, but I'm acting like I ain't. That you don't even understand what they did to me. So the next morning, I thought about this all day. I said, man, this dude, he been playing me for 37 days. He been calling me. Next morning, I'm damn near sitting up in the bed when this rang. Hello? Hey, Steve, it's John Walker. I said, hey, John, what's happening, man? What's going on with you, baby? I said, it's Steve Harvey, man. He said, Steve, how's it going? I said, man, I'm having a great day, man. I'm having a great day, John, man. You don't believe it, man. I got some great stuff gonna be happening. He said, man, you my man. Click, and he hung up. And I wanted him to ask me what had happened, but he never did. Then one day he called me, he said, hey, man, you're gonna be sheer greatness because you've learned how to wake up. 21 years now, 22, I got a gig in Chicago on the radio. You know what I was? Morning drive guy. You know what I've been doing since 1991? Every single morning, I'm in 112 cities. I talk to 9.5 million people every week. I have the #1 adult contemporary radio show in the world. I wake people up every morning, and I wake people up with the right attitude because my attitude changed. So God turned me into the morning man. It's the Steve Harvey Morning Show. Cut it on and watch how I do you every morning. I'm gonna give you 2 things that I want you to do. If you do these 2 things, it will transform your life. I'm a motivational speaker, but I'm not doing this. And the reason I do really well as a motivational speaker, because I know what I'm talking about. You know, you're looking at somebody been at the bottom before. So I'm not like some rich dude whose mama and them had some money and gave me some money. Now I'm telling y'all how to get over. No, I'm gonna tell you how to get over because I've been under. I'm gonna tell you how to get up because I've been down. I'm gonna tell you how to finish because I got off to a bad start. Now I'm about to tell you 2 things. Now listen to me. What I'm about to tell you, this is for spiritual people only. If you're not a spiritual person, this ain't for you. If you don't believe in God, this ain't finna do nothing for you. But I ain't know you was coming, so I have no other version. This is only people who have a faith. You ain't got to be no like born again Christian or nothing like that. You got to know that God is God. If you understand that, I can help you from here. I'm gonna give you 2 things that can change your life. It's 2 scriptures that changed my entire life. It's very simple. The cool thing about what I'm finna tell you is anybody can do it. This is what I'm finna tell you. See, I'm not finna talk to you about no education, because I ain't got one. I flunked out of school. I had a severe stuttering problem. I couldn't talk outside my house. I ain't do well in school ever. I ended up flunking out of school. I'm on my 3rd marriage. I lost everything I've owned twice. I've been homeless and lived in a car for 3 years. I'm finna tell you what I know. This ain't no fancy rich boy answer, no theories, no. You ain't got to buy no program to do this. You ain't got to go sign up. I'm telling you right now, what I'm finna tell you, if you apply it right now, can change your existence. Because everybody I know want to be happy, everybody I know want to be successful. If you don't want them two things, there's something wrong with you anyway. So now here, there is a scripture that I'm going to give you. It's a very small scripture. It's very short. I don't even know where it is in the Bible. Somebody probably know it if I say it, but I'm going to give it to you. This scripture changed my life. You have not because you ask not. You have any idea how major those words are for you? You have not because you ask not. It's such a simple scripture, but it's in your Bible. It ain't just in rich people's Bible. It's in the same copy you got. You have not because you ask not. This is the truest statement you'll hear me say today. Because it's true. Most people don't have the life of their dreams because you don't ask God for the life of your dreams. You've been trying to figure it out and handle it yourself. Well, how that's working out for you? You know how hard that is to do, man? Because I did it. I did it for 30-some years. I tried to figure it out myself. Man, the simple scripture says, you have not because you ask not. If you up your ask, he automatically ups his give. You his child. God created you. He made you. You ain't just here by no accident. You ain't here because of your mama and daddy. Where your mama and daddy come from? Somebody started this whole thing. God created you. He gave you these little simple things you could do. You have not because you ask not. Second reason people don't have what they want, I'm gonna be through with you. They don't have it written down. This is a very, very important piece to success. It's a principle of success. Every wealthy person knows this. I don't know nobody wealthy don't have a vision board. I don't know nobody wealthy don't have their stuff written on a piece of paper. I don't know nobody. I know a lot of people doing good. We have discussed it at great lengths. They've showed me some of their vision boards that I had to go back and change mine. I went, whoa, whoa, whoa. But you gotta have a vision board, it's gotta be written down. You know why? Because that's a scripture too. Habakkuk 2 and 2. Go, I know where this one at. Habakkuk 2 and 2. Go home and read that one. It says, write the vision and make it plain, so that he who reads it will run to it. And even though it tarry, that means take a long time, wait for it, for surely it will come at an appointed time. Man, I'm telling you real now. What I'm telling you works. This ain't no magic trick. If you up your ask and you write everything you want from God on a piece of paper, now here's the exercise I want you to do. This gonna trip you out. Write everything you want from God on a piece of paper. Be as detailed as you can. Write it down. The object for you is to write down 300 things. Because I know 300 things that you could use. It's gonna be hard for you. When you get to number 75, you're gonna get stuck. Because your mind isn't conditioned to think way out there. So you're gonna try to stay in your little list. But I want you to just open up your imagination. If you could have anything you wanted, put it on a piece of paper. Anything. How many cars? What kind of car? What color? Where you want your next house to be? Do you want a summer home? Where you want to travel to? How much you want in the bank? How much would you like to have to retire? What you want to leave for your grandkids? How much would you like to give all your siblings? Would you like to one day walk in there and just give all your family a check? Put everything you want on a piece of paper. Do not stop until you have 300 things. It's gonna take you a while. I'm telling you, when you get to 75, your brain gonna lock up. But keep writing it down. But every morning, read your list. I don't want you watching TV at night. I want you to read your list, unless it's Family Feud. Other than that, No, but seriously, take 5 minutes and read your list every night, every morning. 1 year from today, wait 1 year from today, and take a pen out and go down on your list and check off anything that has happened for you that's on that list. Listen to me. If you do that in faith, if you read your list with the expectation that God is going to do some great things for you, at the end of 1 year, you will be stunned, absolutely stunned at how much stuff comes off that list. I promise you, at least 30 things will be off that list. At minimum, 10% of your list will come true. You know how I know? Because I know a lot of people that can do it. But you know how I really know? Because I did it. When I open up my phone, I wish I had it. My phone is my vision board. My phone ain't got a picture of no damn dog on it, no sunset, none of that. All of my computers have my vision board on it. Every iPad, tablet I got, laptop, when I pull it, I have my vision board on it. Because that's the signal I'm sending to God that I believe this is what you're gonna do for me. I take stuff, I gotta get a new vision board now, because it's a lot of stuff off that vision board that I put on there a year ago or 2 years ago that then came true. I'm telling you, y'all, this how this works. You have not cause you ask not, and write the vision and make it plain. You do them two things starting today. Write your list, read it every morning, every night. 1 year, check it off, you'll be stunned. I dare you to try that. Watch and see what God do. God keep all his promises. I'm just telling you, thank y'all. It is what it is, you know, it's COVID. This is the first time that the entire world has had the exact same problem. I mean, we just have to deal with it, you know. It's not just happening for Americans, it's not just happening for the poor. Rich people catch it. You understand? This can attack anybody. So it's something we all got to pay attention to. A lot of people are looking at this the wrong way. There is a blessing in everything. Behind every moment of adversity in your life, there is a blessing and a lesson. Every moment of adversity has those two things. Pain always leaves a gift. Always. It's not going to change for you. It's COVID for everybody. This ain't just you. Your world 42 ain't finna crumble because you got to change your career. You have to change your career. You just said it in the question. Maybe it was time for you to move on. Somebody sent me a plaque one day that said, don't worry about the people that God has removed from your life. He saw things you didn't see. He heard conversations you couldn't hear, and he made moves you wouldn't make. And that's it. So when COVID happens, people get, oh, this door closed, my business closed, my job closed. When a door gets shut, all you gotta do is walk up the hall. It's Modo. This is God. God he's everything, man. He got everything. You ain't gotta worry about because your company closed. This ain't the only company. Could it be that he's setting you up for an upward move? But now if you're gonna stay there and cry, see, here go the problem with them. Okay, they close your company. You stand at the door, open the door, open the door. The company's closed. You gotta open back up, get some more investors, open your company. Could it be that all he wants you to do is go, wow, it's been great in some years, walk up the hall? Could it be that there's a different door that he wants you to go through that was better than the door that got shut in your face? It's really, you have to live your life in the expectation of wonderful things happening. God is a merciful God. He didn't bring you this far to leave you. He didn't set you up to fail. You're tripping. You're tripping, man. He only wants to progress his children. That's all he wants to do. Even if you're wrong, he forgives us. Just keep moving, man. It ain't nothing. This thing right here, really, man, you got to look. So many good things have happened to me. Now, look, I've had some painful moments in this like you. But hey, I look for the bright side, man. I expect something good to happen. I'm back at work. I don't know what he was doing, but he made a move for me. Because I ask him to all the time. And then I just sit in expectation and wait and see what he got for me. Because he got something for me. Somebody asked me a question the other day. If you could go back to any period in your life, what period would you go back to? I ain't ever had it this good. This is the best my life ever been. You gotta be nuts. Man, you wouldn't want to be 25 again? Are you kidding me? The 25-year-old dude that was me? I'm so glad that idiot is gone. No. I'm 63 years old, man. It's the best my life ever been. You know what I'm saying? But that's a scripture, though. If you honor me, your latter days will be greater. So all I do, I just honor him, and he gonna keep shining on me. I got it figured out. I ain't even worried. 2020 was a rough year. Another kid said, 2020, man, it's gotta be the roughest year of our lives. I got news for you. This ain't even close. This ain't even close to the roughest year of my life, partner. I got some years. He said, you've had a worse year than this? Then he started naming all this stuff. Oh, Wayne died. Oh, dog, my mama died. God's way of training you is preparation. But what most people do is, see, once you get stressed, you don't want that no more. So now you give up, you through. Nobody likes stress because some people just let themselves go. But you got to, in order to develop and to change and to grow, stress is necessary. So you got to be willing to go get it every day. There's a story my father told me all the time. Now, I've heard it several different ways. He said, son, he said, every morning on the plains of the eastern Serengeti Desert, there arises a gazelle that realizes that he must run faster than the fastest lion, or he will be eaten and he will die that day. On that same desert arises in the morning a lion that realizes that he must run faster than the fastest gazelle, or he will starve and he will die that day. He say, son, the moral of the story is, no matter who you is, when you wake up in the morning, you needs to be running. And so what he taught me was a work ethic of how to work. In order to get to where you want to go, you got to put yourself under some stress, though. See, stress is necessary. God is a trainer. This is what I've learned about it. And all I can tell you is, you know, how I got to be who I am. That's all I can share with you. I got no other stories for you. See, I'm a seed. I really am. But a seed has to be planted. A seed got to have dirt put on top of it. If you take a seed and throw it on the concrete and walk off, the sun just burn it up. But guess what? Logically, in my mind, it doesn't make sense that to grow something, you should dig a hole, put it down in there, and cover it with dirt. Logically, that don't make no sense to me. But oh, though. See, dirt is necessary for growth and development. Dirt builds character. Dirt gives you the push-through factor. Dirt makes you come with it when you don't feel like coming with it no more. And you get dirt in a lot of different ways. All of y'all that had dirt thrown on you. And dirt ain't always what you want. It's somebody talking about you down on your job. It's somebody accusing you of something that you didn't do. It's somebody telling you you ain't gonna make it. It's somebody sharing information about you that ain't true. That everybody get dirt put on. But see, when you're getting put under that stress, please know God is always working. God is always working, so I smile. Because I know he back there. See, that dirt builds character in you. When they talking about you, it teaches you to withstand it. Then it gives you something to push through. So when you put the seed and you put the dirt on it, if you understand stress, stress really ain't just dirt. See, they don't call it dirt when they plant it. They call it soil. Because see, soil has nutrients in it. What the nutrients, when people talking about you, dogging you, lying on you, backbiting, stealing from you, talking about you, they're actually putting nutrients in you. If they put a camera under the ground, you'd have seen the seed sprout open and start coming through the dirt. Because the dirt is necessary so you can prove yourself. Everything you see above ground that blossoms and plants and grows and that's beautiful, it was underground one time. All them potatoes, collard greens, they was underground one time. Them apple trees, they was underground one time. So they had to prove themselves. See, you want to be successful, well then you got to prove yourself. You got to push through the dirt. You got to come up through here. You got to come out. Then you sprout, and then Bishop say, then you become a tree. Next thing you know, you got fruit. So when you under stress, take the stress for what it is. Don't get fooled. Don't just think, I don't know, man, Lord must not mean for it to be. What you tripping for? What you talking about? How you think you gonna be a plant, a tree, a flower, a bush, and ain't no stress? How you gonna get to be that without no dirt? I expect people to talk about me. Matter of fact, I look forward to it now. Do your thing, because if I can weather what happened to me and my family earlier, you can bring whatever you got now. There's some more stuff going around now that's about to happen. Bring it. Because now I have developed a character that is stress. I have soil, enough dirt on me that has provided me with nutrients.
Do you realize that every day you thought you wasn't gonna make it? Do you remember them days where you thought it was absolutely unbearable and you thought you wasn't gonna endure that one? Do you know that your survival rate for every last one of them bad days is 100%? All you got to do is start changing the way you think. It's as simple as, it's not a magic trick. You can protect yourself from negativity. And that's what stops most people, negative thoughts. You can coat your mind from negativity. It's a real simple exercise to do. I do it every morning before I walk out the door. So I walk out as a positive person. You know, I get tired sometimes. That's different from being negative, because I get mentally drained from my job at times. But to coat your mind from negativity, the way you can put a coating around your mind is with one simple thing: gratitude. Gratitude erases negativity. I'm gonna show you how this works. If you wake up in the morning and you start having negative thoughts, man, this ain't my day. I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I'm tripping, I just don't feel myself. Every time you feel, in the middle of the day, if you feel yourself doing that, stop, just stop for a second. And start going over in your mind everything you have to be grateful for. Not everything you want, everything you already have. Because what you have is substantial. You just haven't gone over the list and taken inventory in a long time. But the fact that you can walk, that's a blessing. The fact that you woke up, that's another blessing. The fact that you can see, think, reason, that's another blessing. The fact that you can go somewhere and get yourself something to eat, that's another blessing. The fact that you can go and turn the key and call someplace home, that's another blessing. The ability to dream is a blessing. The fact that you have an opportunity to get it right is another blessing. The fact that you're beautiful, that's another blessing. The fact that you have any measure of health, that's another blessing. And I'm just talking to you, I don't even know you. I could give you 50 things you ought to be grateful for right now. I don't even know you. Start coating your mind with gratitude. It'll change everything for you. Listen, getting successful, whatever you consider successful, if it's rich, whatever,
It's not a magic trick. It's not God picks certain people he'll make rich and certain people he don't. He gives all of us as his children power of choice. You have a say-so in that. You can decide to be rich, and with God's help, it's highly doable. But you first have to think it. The difference between successful people and non-successful people is here. I'm no better than none of you. I'm not a better person than you. I'm not a better Christian than you. God don't love me more than you. None of that. If you want to be successful, you have to change this. This has to change. Listen to me. It's not what makes it hard is your lack of belief that it can happen. The fact of it is, though, it's very doable. See, but you got to change, though. If you keep doing what you've been doing, you're going to keep getting what you've been getting. So if you're at a place in your life and you ain't happy with it, you have to change some things. But you have to make a conscientious decision that you're going to change. And it's not dependent on anybody else. It don't matter what your mama think. It don't matter what your coworkers think. It don't matter what your siblings think. It don't matter what your children think. It don't matter. They have nothing to do with it. This decision is yours and yours alone. It's two people born in a hospital every day. It's a person that's born in a hospital that's going to get a job, and somebody born in a hospital that's going to give them a job. You get to decide which one you go. Let me tell you something. You get to decide if I'm going to be rich, poor, mediocre, plentiful, happy, sad. You have a decision to make. Your mind, all right, here we go. This is the teaching. Let me give you this so you can get on with your 2019. You walk in the house, you pick up the remote control. Let me teach you how this works. And you press the power button. When I told you 2019 will be the best year of your life, but you have to claim it. You have to expect it to be the best year of your life. You have to live your life with the expectation that great things are coming your way. And that's how it works. Now let me teach it to you. You grab your remote, you press the power button. What do you expect to happen? You expect the TV to come on. Guess what? It come on. If you want to see Sports Center channel 46, and you press 46 and OK or select, what do you expect to come on your TV? Sports Center. And guess what show up? Sports Center. They got the concept of creating a remote from the Bible. See, God is tied to all of this. You better understand what I'm trying to tell you. The Bible says, a man is as he thinketh. God created us in his image. God thought of this world. He thought of it, so he created it. So he made you just like him, that your thoughts can create things. He made you just like him. Now you can't go make earth and heaven like he did, but you can make a better world for yourself. There is a scripture, Habakkuk 2:2. It says, write the vision and make it plain, so that he who reads it will run to it. And even though it tarry means take a long time, wait for it, for surely it will come at an appointed time. That's in the Bible. That ain't in the rich people's copy. That's in everybody's Bible. The problem is everybody don't do it. But it's right there. But you got to do it. I'm just telling you, If you don't do it, it's too hard. It's almost impossible. That vision board has changed my life. Everything I put on my vision board, I get. Everything. Now, you have to understand something. It's not going to come when you want it to come. It comes at an appointed time. That's the trick. But the appointed time is what throws people off. Because most of us, when you ask God for something, he sends it. He ships it immediately. As soon as you ask him something, you really believe he'll do it, he boxes it up and he ships it to you immediately. The problem with the package is he never gives you the date that the package is going to arrive. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do that. Because if he told you the date that the package would arrive, it would destroy the requirement he has of all of us, which is faith. Faith is the belief in things that you cannot see. So if you ask God for $1 million and he tell you, I'm gonna give it to you in March of 2020, you wouldn't need no faith. You'd be talking to people crazy because you know in 2020, I'm finna be a millionaire. But he sent $1 million as soon as you ask for it. But it's going to come at an appointed time. The problem is people stop waiting on the package. Then when it get to you, because he delivers only to Faith Street. When he delivers to you on Faith Street, but you done stepped off of Faith Street, you over here on I Don't See How Circle, he don't ship that. Instead of staying on Faith Street, you done stepped over here to I Don't Believe It Boulevard, or It Took Too Long Avenue. Then the package come to Faith Street. It's just like the post office and FedEx. If you ain't there to receive it, it gotta go back. That's how it works, man. You have control of this. This belongs to you. This is yours. You're the captain, you're the master, you're the foreman, you're the general, you're the head. Don't give control of this to nobody, especially the devil. Do not let Satan come in here and function and operate, because he has one mission: to keep you off course, to make you not think it's possible, to make you think that God don't hear you. His job is only to destroy you, to make sure that you don't become what God intended for you to become. That's the mission of the devil. Now, if you don't believe in the devil, this conversation ain't for you. If you don't believe in God, this conversation ain't for you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to people who are spiritually based. If you get control of this, that's why I'm telling you these two books. And look, the best book you can read is the Bible. If you read the book of Proverbs over and over and over, it's the book of wisdom and understanding. It would really help your life if you just read. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the only book in the Bible I've read cover to cover. I've only read the book of Proverbs. I've read some scriptures every now and then. I only know 5 or 6 scriptures by heart. I'm just gonna be real with you. But I've memorized them 5 or 6 scriptures, and them 5 or 6 got me here today. I know a lot of people that know the Bible inside out ain't got nothing to show for it. You know why? Because they memorized it, but they didn't apply it. I have applied 6 scriptures to change my life. But these books that I told you about, Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale and The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz, you know what it does? It just teaches you how this works. Once you get this, y'all, you can change everything. Do you understand? Negativity, let me just give you this and I'm gonna walk away. Negativity, you can protect yourself from negativity. And that's what stops most people, negative thoughts. You can coat your mind from negativity. It's a real simple exercise to do. I do it every morning before I walk out the door. So I walk out as a positive person. You know, I get tired sometimes. That's different from being negative, because I get mentally drained from my job at times. But to coat your mind from negativity, the way you can put a coating around your mind is with one simple thing: gratitude. Gratitude erases negativity. I'm gonna show you how this works. If you wake up in the morning and you start having negative thoughts, man, this ain't my day. I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I'm tripping, I just don't feel myself.
Every time you feel, in the middle of the day, if you feel yourself doing that, stop. Just stop for a second. And start going over in your mind everything you have to be grateful for. Not everything you want, everything you already have. Because what you have is substantial. You just haven't gone over the list and taken inventory in a long time. But the fact that you can walk, that's a blessing. The fact that you woke up, that's another blessing. The fact that you can see, think, reason, that's another blessing. The fact that you can go somewhere and get yourself something to eat, that's another blessing. The fact that you can go and turn the key and call someplace home, that's another blessing. The ability to dream is a blessing. The fact that you have an opportunity to get it right is another blessing. The fact that you're beautiful, that's another blessing. The fact that you have any measure of health, that's another blessing. And I'm just talking to you, I don't even know you. I could give you 50 things you ought to be grateful for right now. I don't even know you. Start coating your mind with gratitude. It'll change everything for you. God is good, man. You ought to give him a chance to work in your life. Thank y'all for coming. Let me tell you something before you go. Whenever people come see me live, I try to say something meaningful to people. And I'm in the laugh business. That's my gift. That's what God gave me at birth. Your gift is the thing that you do the absolute best with the least amount of effort. I want to tell you something that can help enrich your life. It's a sure sign from God that he ain't through with you because he wakes you up in the morning. When he's done, you won't wake up no more. But as long as you're waking up, that means he has something for you that he hasn't been able to give to you for whatever the reason. I'm going to help you get to that reason a little bit quicker. I want to tell you something that I learned that changed my life. I was reading a book one time that had a quote in there from Albert Einstein. And Albert Einstein said, "Imagination is everything. It's the preview to life's coming attraction." If you think about that, that's a really, really true statement. Because everything you see in this world came from somebody's imagination. Everything. Somebody was talking on the phone one day, on that wall phone, connected to the cord, and tried to walk and it didn't go no further. And he wanted to just go outside and get something out the car. Somebody said, "You know what? I wish I could take this phone outside." Everybody in here got a cell phone. It was in somebody's imagination. Somebody imagined that. Somebody imagined everything. Somebody got tired of walking. Somebody got tired of driving cars. Somebody said, "We're gonna fly." You're not finna fly. Everybody in here have been on a plane. See, your imagination is the evidence of things not seen. You know why they call it the evidence of things not seen? Your imagination, you're the only one can see it. You're the only one can see it. See, so all this stuff you've been imagining was not some hocus pocus. When you imagine stuff, it's actually God showing you a preview of a coming attraction he has for you. That's what your imagination is. Why do you keep imagining yourself with a second home? Because God wants you to have a second home. Why do you keep imagining yourself in a supervisory capacity on another job? Because God really wants you to have that. Why you keep dreaming of opening a business one day? That's because that's what God really got for you. And he put it in your imagination. The problem with your imagination, though, is you tell it to the wrong people. If you want to kill a big dream, tell it to a small-minded person. You can't, oh man. Think about this in your life. How many times have you had this really incredible idea and you took it to your family and your friends? You shared it with them and they shot it down. You know why they shot it down? Because they couldn't see it. Because God didn't put it in their imagination. He put it in yours. It was your evidence of things not seen.
See, all this stuff you've been imagining, you ought to start working on it. Because that's what God really got for you. Your real life is in your imagination. I'm here to tell you that. You think I'm here by accident? I'm here because he put this in my imagination when I was 10. When I was 10, he showed me I was gonna be on TV. That's all I ever wanted. The assignment when I was in the 6th grade was everybody write their name on a piece of paper and write what you want to be. You know what I wrote on my paper? I want to be on TV. Now, the problem I had, though, was I used to suffer with a serious stuttering problem. I couldn't talk outside my house. I stuttered for years. I flunked out of school. I'm on my 3rd marriage. I lost everything I ever owned twice. I've been homeless and lived in a car for 3 years. But at 10, though, I wrote on a piece of paper, I want to be on TV. So the teacher went around the room and read everybody's paper. Had you stand up when she called your name, and the only assignment was your name and what you want to be. Doctor, lawyer, dentist, basketball player, football player. I wrote I want to be on TV. She saved me for last. She said, "Little Stevie, come to the front." Now I'm thinking, I'm going to the front because I got the best answer. Because ain't nobody had put that on their paper. She called me to the front. I'm thinking I'm finna give me a gold star. But I was wrong about that. She called me to the front to humiliate me. First of all, you know I can't talk. I suffered with stuttering stammer so bad, man. I couldn't talk at all. And that lady lit in on me. "Why did you write this on your paper?" Now I'm standing there, I can't talk. Who in this school ever been on TV? Who in your family ever been on TV? Who in this neighborhood ever been on TV? I'm crushing, man. I'm standing there dying. She said, "Look at you standing there. You can't even talk. How they gonna put somebody like you on TV?" So every Christmas, I send her a flat screen TV. Because I don't want her to miss me. I do not want her to miss not an episode of me. Because I wanted her to see what God had done for me. The fact that you couldn't see it, it wasn't for you to see. He put it in my imagination. But after 3 years of homelessness, losing everything I ever owned twice, suffering through flunking out of school, go home and cut your TV on. That little boy with the stuttering problem, he all over that TV. You can't cut your TV on. You can't cut your TV on not a day of the week, and you don't see that little boy. That little boy with the stuttering problem is all over that TV because God put it in my imagination. All I did was hang on to that thought. I just kept hoping. I just kept hoping that what I had wrote on the paper would come true. A lot of times it wasn't about no faith. I didn't believe it sometimes. When you homeless and living in a car, how you see yourself as a TV star? But I just kept hanging on that. Because my mama was a Sunday school teacher. I kept hearing her say, God, God didn't bring you this far to leave you. God didn't bring you this far to leave you. Why do you think he keeps waking you up? Because he got more for you. He got way more for you. He got plans for you. But he needs your faith. He just needs you to call on him. He needs you to dust off your imagination and just go for it. You got to try. Quit waking up thinking you ain't got no say-so in your life. You have a choice in this matter. You can't stop what happened to you, but you can doggone sure do something about what happened to you. Life is 10% what happened to you, it's 90% what you do about it. Somebody in your family gonna die. Somebody in here gonna get fired. Somebody here gonna get an eviction notice. Somebody gonna get laid off. Somebody company gonna close. That's life. Somebody you love gonna break up with you. That's life. But what you gonna do about it though? Since it's gonna happen anyway. Trust me, go home and ask God to open up your imagination and then pursue it with everything in you and watch what he do for you. Appreciate y'all. Talking to my trainer the other day,
We were working out in my backyard, and he was wearing my out, man. And I sat down on the wall, and I said, man, I'm struggling today. This is hard. My trainer's a younger guy. And he said, what do you mean? I said, man, this workout is hard. He said, no, man, this is hard. He said, how you came from a poor kid in the projects to this house you got in this neighborhood and the TV star, he said, that's hard. And I had to catch myself. Because working out ain't near as hard as struggling to get where you want. And everybody in this room wants two things. Everybody wants to be successful and everybody wants to be happy. I'm gonna tell you something about that. That happiness and success is available for every last one of you. But I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna have to do. You gotta change your mindset. If you're planning on being successful, you have to change this here. The difference between successful people and non-successful people is right here. It ain't no difference. It ain't none. I ain't got no more than none of y'all got. God gave me the same thing he gave y'all. God loved me the same as he loved all y'all. He don't love me more than he loved you. But you have got to change your mindset. You got to get funky if you want to be successful. If you think that they're going to mail this money to your house, you're dead wrong about that. If you think they're going to pave the way for you and make it easy, you're dead wrong about that. If you want to be successful, you got to change your mind, and you're going to have some faith. If you ain't got no faith, if you ain't got no relationship with God, you finna make this thing way harder than it's got to be. And I'm flat out tell you that right now. Look at here. You think you're gonna be successful without God? Let me ask you something, how that's working out for you. I am here to tell you that you can come from nothing and become something, but you're gonna have to have God. Now, you can come up with another way, but there ain't a book out there on the market how to make it without God. It's 1,000 books about faith and how to make it with God. You're not gonna make it without it. You can short circuit your ticket by in every living soul. He never created a person that he didn't give a gift to. All you got to do is uncover that gift that he gave you and start using it. The Bible says your gift will make room for you. Let me tell you something a guy told me one time. He said, Steve, I ain't thinking that number. He said, see what he driving, see the house he living in, see who bleeding out. So it took me about 6 months and I was thinking about it. I decided to follow my boss home. I really did. So I got out and I just sat in the parking lot. He worked late, I just waited. We started driving home. The car he was driving was not the car I dreamed of. Then he pulled up in front of the house. And the house he pulled up in front of was not the house that I was dreaming of owning. And then his wife came to the door. And when she came to the door, that damn show wasn't who I was dreaming or opening up the door for me every day. And he told me, he said, you will never make more money than your boss will. So if that's the car he driving, that's the car you're gonna be able to use. If that's the house he live in, that's the house you'll be living in. And if that's who greet him at the door, that's pretty much the chick you gonna get. After I could have dealt with the car. I could have dealt with the house. But when that chick came to that front door and I looked at her, I said, I got to quit this job. Because that just wasn't what I had dreamed of. You have got to make some decisions in your life. But you got to tie it to this gift. Your gift is the thing that you do the absolute best with the least amount of effort. That's your God-given gift. He didn't hide it from you. He didn't put it under the rocks. He didn't hide it in the ocean. You don't need no map to find it. God put it right here when he made it. All y'all are gifted something. The Bible says your gift will make room for you, put you in the presence of great men.
That's a scripture. That ain't a theory of me. See, I ain't got but one gift. I have the ability to take information and transpose it into comedy immediately. I don't even have to think about it. I don't even have to, it's just what I do. I don't practice it. It just come natural to me. You've seen people who open their mouth and they just sing. They can just sing. And I don't care how hard you rehearse, you can't sing like that. Through all the things I've gone through in my life, I had a lot of downs. How did I keep the faith? There was a couple of reasons. Number one, I know from living that if you quit whatever you're trying to accomplish, if you quit whatever you were trying to accomplish, can never happen. There's not even a remote possibility. If you quit, there is no chance of it popping back up again, coming back later. Quitting is guaranteed failure. Now, when you're trying, you're going to fail. But quitting, just stopping, that was the number one thing I understood. And then number two, you have to make sure that your dreams, your aspirations and goals are so big that not accomplishing them is not an option. It's just not an option. You have to want something so big that it wakes you up in the middle of the night. You have to want something so big that you think about it all the time. You have to want something so big that it drives you to wake up when you don't want to. It keeps you up at night when you long been sleeping. It makes you show up, do things you wouldn't normally do. It requires extra. If you want to be extraordinary and not ordinary, if you want to be ordinary, live your life. But if you want to be extraordinary, you have to be extra. If you put extra on top of ordinary, that word is extraordinary. It requires an extra effort. Now, if you don't want to do the extra effort, you finna be regular. There's nothing wrong with being regular. A lot of people are happy being regular. I just wasn't. I ain't want to be regular. I didn't want no regular life. I didn't want no regular house. I didn't want no regular car. I didn't want no regular clothes. I didn't want no regular checking account. I just didn't want it. I wanted to have an exceptional home. I wanted to have an exceptional bank account. I wanted to travel exceptional places. Now, if you don't want that, it's perfectly fine. You can be really happy being ordinary. But if something's burning in you, you got to deal with it. If you don't deal with it, you're going to be disappointed. See, being regular is cool. There's nothing wrong with it. You get a regular job, regular house, regular car. You get regular money. You have regular hours. You can dress regular. You just go to the family reunion, take your ass back home. You just travel regular. You go on vacation once a year. That's cool. You can get you a coach ticket, economy ticket, regular. You want to fly first class? You want to sit in the front of the plane? See, let me tell you something. You know what you ought to do? Save your money and buy a first class ticket. This is how you train yourself to be successful. Save your money, get an upgrade, buy a first class ticket. Because when you sit in first class, you're going to understand something. The seats are wide up. You get a choice of meals, chicken, beef, or fish. You get a bowl of warm nuts. They give you a hot towel to wipe your hands. Why do you think when their plane take off, they close the curtain to first class? Because they can't let these regular people, they cannot let you see what the is going on up there. Because you're gonna want it back there, but you didn't pay to get it. Hey, what are they doing? They're serving warm nuts. Where's our nuts? Wait a minute.
They didn't get charged for the food. 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 Didn't get charged for their food was free. They didn't pay for the headsets. They're watching all the movies. Why don't we have that? Because you didn't pay for it. So they closed the curtain so they don't have to deal with your regular ads, wondering what's going on in first class. Once you buy a first class ticket, it becomes very difficult now for you to walk past those seats. Now you're going to know what's going on. So when you treat yourself first class, you are conditioning your mind to now behave and do the things that produce first class results. So if you ever sit in first class, you'll never, coaches, the little tight ass chairs, you in the middle seat, you back there by the bathroom, the chair don't recline. It's horrible. First class, big seats. That's why Dick Gregory said, whenever you can treat yourself first class, you should, because it conditions the mind. Once you fly first class, you never go back. Once you get a private jet, you don't even want to fly first class, because you're on a private jet. You ain't got to take your shoes off at the airport. They ain't open your bag. Your car, pull around, they open the door, you walk up the steps. They take you right to where you're going. Then it's another car. When you walk down the steps, you don't even go baggage claim. They put your bag straight off the plane in the car. You don't go do none of that. You fly private, you'll never want to fly first class again, because you get conditioned. All you got to do is you can condition yourself. Once you buy a really nice dress, you don't want a cheap dress no more. You want another nice dress. Once you buy some Christian Louboutins with the red bottoms, you want all your shoes to have red bottoms on them. Because you know men like that red on the bottom of their shoe. I don't know what it is, but when you walking away and we see that red bottom, I'm telling you, being successful is a mental condition. You can all mentally condition yourself to being successful. All you got is your mind. You're in control of it. Behind every moment of adversity in your life, two things will happen. There is a lesson and there is a blessing. Every moment of adversity has those two things that come with it. There's always a lesson and there is always a blessing. Pain always leaves a present. Every time you're in pain, it leaves a gift behind. So what happened was, after all of that happened, I got a call from a company called T-Mobile. The Super Bowl is a month after that. They brought me down to do a Super Bowl commercial. A Super Bowl commercial in the United States is the most highest watched program on television. These commercials are tens of millions of dollars. They will pay you millions of dollars to be in a Super Bowl commercial. They paid me so much money to be in a Super Bowl commercial, acting like I gave the wrong answer to the telephone company to reenact the Miss Universe thing. They paid me what I make on Miss Universe times 10. And then 14 countries sent my wife and I a letter saying that was the most honorable and honest thing they've ever seen in the history of television. They gave my wife and I 14 villas around the world. There are 14 villas that my wife and I can go to in Curacao, the Maldives, Abu Dhabi, France, that we can go to anytime for vacation. So behind that a lot of good happen. That's why when you have bad moments in your life, you just have to ride them out. Because God always has a gift behind every moment of pain that you have. When a man leaves you, there is a gift behind him leaving. Sometimes the breakup is the blessing. See, sometimes you got to get rid of a man in order for God to give you the man that you really need. So sometimes losing a man is not a loss. You just have to hang in there. He might have something better for you. So every time something bad happens, you just have to wait on the lesson and the blessing. It always happens. It always happens. You just can't act too miserable. Oh, something happened to me. Oh, my man walked out on me, all me and the dogs. No, they're not. You just had one dog. He was the dog. Just wait. Trust me, I know how that worked too. I'm on my third marriage. Trust me, I know. I've been with the wrong one a couple of times. And then, but I was the wrong one because I kept picking. Then after I got really messed up, I said, God, tell you what, I'm through. You pick the one for me. Send me Margie.
trying to get in my car and trying to drive home from work. Nobody says that. I'm going to get in my car and drive home from work. Why? Because made up a story about a future outcome that you desire, and you can know contingencies in it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to grow my business. And I'm going to try to sell more rooms. I'm going to try to sell more solar. I'm going to try to grow our company. But we may not be able to do it because what if this happens and that happens and this happens and that happens? When you're growing your life and expanding your life, are you doing all that contingency language? It doesn't make any sense. You're talking yourself out of the very things you're telling yourself you do not. The first time I met him was 2018. I was in Orlando. I was at a conference just like this, and Myron Golden sold me a package that changed my life forever. Russell Brunson is my coach. We're here at home acting live. I've read all of his books, but I'm not implementing the system. And from that moment, like everything changed. I started really showing up to these calls with Russell, read all the books, and my life, I went from being very inconsistent, carrying being on social media to really blowing up. All because I went to an event like this. Now, Myron, after I saw him at that event, I really saw my attention. And it's because of his energy, because of his history. Um, this man and Pence there's 30,000 people speaking to the stadium, and his speech stood out to me as the most relevant content before that. Myron is a sales coach to the stars, and he's my favorite salesman. So please stand up and welcome my man, Myron Golden, to the stage. Are reading your 12 X will better your business and manage your life. When I share with you the principles of how you can do that, how many of you are seriously, not seriously, going to put in action? I'm going to say, I am action yourself. Make some noise, make some noise. My name is Myron Golden. I really appreciate you for bringing me in to the Proud American State Conference. I remember when I got my start, I used to be a trash man. I drove a garbage truck for $6.25 an hour. You'll never see me before. Never see me. That's amazing. I can get out there. Okay. The good news is I haven't seen you before either. And I'm going to share with you some principles that have changed my life. Literally, now I have done myself, but more important, I have my clients make more money in a day than I used to make in the entire decade. I'm going to share with you some principles that can help you take your blue collar business to the next level. So you're probably wondering, what's tomorrow? And when I was born in Tampa, right up to the Florida here, about 5 hours or so. I was born in a segregated hospital in Tampa, Florida, in 1961. The condition of that hospital was so poor that I contracted polio before I was a year old. So I've got a long brace on my left leg, so I'm pounding. I can't really walk very and but but it is what it is. And polio is a neuromuscular disease that attacks the nerves in your spine and certain parts of your body. And then those parts will develop stress. The rest of them. So me, it's my left side, predominantly my left leg. And by the time I was 13 years old, how old? Not remember how old? By the time I was 13 years old, my left leg was 2 inches shorter than my right. How do y'all know that when one leg is 2 inches shorter than the other leg, makes down challenge to walk back? So not only when I was a child up to the age 13, not only did I a mental brace on my, but I also had orthopedic shoes. If you don't know what those look like, they're orthopedic shoes are kind of like granny. You got those on this. And on my left shoe, it had a 2 inch sole. So one shoe was like a normal granny boot, the other one was like a granny boot with permanent shoe. So I knew I was destined for show this from day one. But the doctors, when I was 13 years old, came to my parents and said, "This is so that operation. So we can stretch his leg 2 inches. You gotta know. I'm scared. Like, I'm 13. I've seen drumming. I've seen the fantastic food. The one thing I know bones ain't made out. I mean, I want to talk about this. Give me a way, right? And so they said, well, we're going to take the big bones, put on the shit that's, you're going to break it into this big bone, like the middle of your shin, on the tibia. There's a little bone on the side, right, called the fibula. And he said, we're going to break the tibia in the middle, we're going to break the fibula, top and bottom, we're going to put some screws in the big bone, like squeezing threads over everything, like money, right? We're going to put two screws in the top, top of this, and we're going to put it on another right here. We're going to turn these knobs daily. How often? Talk to me, everybody. How often? Okay, so let me teach you something really quick. One of the things that I do is I teach people to learn things fast. How many of y'all can tell the world's changing really fast? Everybody say really fast. Okay, the world's changing really fast. And because the world's changing really fast, fortune belongs to people that know, learn new things, and practice. So if you want to speed up your learning, you have to speed up your learning. Does that make sense? Everybody say I got it. Okay, so one of the accelerated learning strategies that you want to use is you want to do something. So as soon as you learn something, do something. As soon as you learn something, what? Everybody, as soon as you learn something, what? Do something. And so one of the things you do is you say, the reason I get you talking back to me, I already know this stuff. I get you talking back to me, so you can know. Does that make sense? Everybody say yes? Okay, so I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. Like, don't tire of answering. I'm going to ask you a lot of questions while I'm talking over the next 54 minutes. I'm going to ask you more questions probably than anybody's asked in the last 3 months. Don't get tired of answering them. I'm asking you those questions so they're going good. If you're okay with that, let me say, I'm okay. Okay, so that's number one. I have to on question number two. Sometimes I'll make a statement and I will ask you to repeat it. I'll ask you to do what? Repeat it. I'll ask you to repeat it because when you say it, you hear it. If I say it, you might hear it, you might not. When you say it, you have to hear it. Why? Because, well, you're here. You can picture it. Does that make sense? Everybody say yes? Okay, so the last thing is every now and then I'll begin a sentence, I'll leave the last word off and get you to fill in good. That's what I'm talking about. Get yourselves here for here today. Make some notes. So understand the reason I have you talking to me so you get it. All right. So they turn these knobs daily, and they said we're going to stretch his leg 2 inches in 30 days. How many days? Everybody, how many days? 30 in 30 days. Now, you never saw a kid so excited about getting his leg. They say, well, it's going to be kind of painful. He's going to be in a cast for like 6 months. Won't be able to go to school for a month. I said, sad. Right there. You close the deal on going to school, right? And so I got really excited about having my leg broken, having it stretched. But I got really excited about not ever having to wear orthopedic shoes and Harvey shoes ever again. I got really excited about that because when you're a child and everybody else is wearing, pro kids and PF flyers walking through the 90 and there was a say, right? Pro kids, PF flyers, Converse All Stars, like back in those days, and you're wearing brown training. You were not the new kid. I don't know what I'm talking about, right? And so I was really excited my life was about to change. And so what happened, they broke my leg, they put the screws in, they started turning these knobs, but in 2 weeks there was a problem. The problem was the bones started growing back together too fast. So the doctor comes in one day and says, well, we're not going to make 2 inches because you're growing really fast. It's growing back together too fast. I did what any self-respecting 13-year-old boy would be trained to do. I know. Exactly. I call my parents out. Smash up that. I'm out there. That's some smash. So now he comes in, he's talking to us, he said, well, we're turning these knobs every day, we're turning these knobs every day at turn. We could turn them off, but it might hurt. Like, hurt. I'm like, how are you here? It's like 30-day process there. Like, we're already all here. Our chips are on the table. If you're talking about, it might hurt. What's wrong with you? 4 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns, 14 turns. You're told me 2 inches, then 2 inches. Right? So they started turning it instead of a half turn, they started turning a full turn. And at the end of 30 days, my leg stretched. Now, one of the long fixes, I'm not just telling you this. So you know what happened. I'm like, yes, I'm going to show you a point. small mention this, show you for small mention. But I do that, and I don't first show you how to do it, like show you how to relate. Right? So that's why I'm telling you this story, so you're not distracted by it. The other reason you're telling the story, because this is not just about having my legs, about having to life. You lie there, I tell yourself, and just say my life. It's what happens in your life. See, the first thing that we understand, so we need to understand, is you can change your life in 30 days. It doesn't have to take forever. I was in the hospital for a month. At the end of that month, my life was never the same. You can change your life. You can change your business in 30 days. 30 days. Not only that, you can only do that if you're willing to have some daily disciplines. See, they tried to turn those knobs daily. They couldn't turn those knobs when it wasn't raining. They couldn't just turn the knob when it wasn't snowing. They couldn't just turn the knob when they didn't get an argument with their spouse. They couldn't just turn the knob when they felt like it. They had to do it how often? Daily. And see, you have to have daily disciplines to produce prosperity. There are things you have to do everybody say it, every day and over and over and over again. You're going to feel like you're tired from it. You're going to feel like you're tired of it, but you got to do it over and over and over and over again, and you got to do it daily. And then they did something that was absolutely critically important about the beats into this process. That is, they ran across a pattern that always shows up in life. Here's the pattern. Disruption always follows intention. Disruption, it doesn't sometimes follow intention. It doesn't most of the time follow intention. Disruption always. When? Look there, by way. Always follows intention. And when you start out to do something great, great things don't happen out of the gate. When you start out to do something great, the first thing that shows up is disruption. It doesn't matter. You say, well, you know what? I'm kind of out of shape. I'm going to start working out. When you start working out for the first time after being out of shape for a long time, you don't immediately feel stronger and better and faster. You immediately feel bigger and more in pain and more warm. How many of you know that? Say yes. Why? Because it's how life works. Disruption always follows intention. Say, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to build a business. You start out to build a business, and as soon as you do, something blows up. Something goes wrong. Something happens. You get a pothole. You get a flat tire. You blow the engine in your car. Something happens. How many of y'all had that? Say, I have. So we have to understand that when disruption follows intention, it's not a sign that you're doing the wrong thing. It's often a sign that you're doing the right thing. Don't let the disruption that follows the intention throw you off your game. Does that make sense? Everybody say, I got it? See, I didn't just tell you the story so people don't have to me. I told you the story so people don't have to you. You realize they put these screws in our leg? They turn these knobs every day. You realize life sometimes can put the screws through you. Sometimes they turn on the pressure. And guess what? My leg wouldn't stretch at all. What we really learn from it. Seldom in life can be stretched. What's the word I just used? Everybody, what's the word? Talk to me, my people. Stretch to our full potential unless we first broke it. See, we gotta go through it. We gotta go through something to get to something. We gotta go through our stuff to get to our stuff. And the difference between you and the people who are out there wallowing and whining in their current circumstance is you weren't willing to go through and you had to go through to get to where you had to get to. That's why you're here right now. So you can take your life to the next level. Give yourselves a hand for being here today. Make some noise. Make some noise. All of us admit in this world to know that there is no strength without struggle. There's no advance without adversity. There's no destiny without difficulty. So be willing to last through the difficulty so that you can claim your destiny and own it. Let me hear you shout, I want it. So, what happens? Where does this business concept? I'm an entrepreneur. My business is more than $1 million a year. Where am I going? What am I doing? show you, by the way, all of you, all businesses, all of you who are in sales, down in your businesses, your primary skill set is mastery. It's a business set. Listen, if you own a business, if you are a salesperson, if you're a manager, if you are an operations person, or number one skill set you must master, the skill set that can take your life to the highest level as possible, is the skill of selling. And selling is not what selling is not talking. You can find things they don't want, don't need, selling is uncovering the value of what I have to offer so well. People are happy to exchange and leading at the value. I'm going to show you that list. Selling is not talking and buying. Selling is uncovering value. Uncovering value so well. People are happy, happy, natural mind. Give money needs to get give them a transformation. So people are happy to exchange money and their fun. Until you get to the place where you get good at uncovering value, you're not selling. You may have got people signing without mind. You may have collected the check. You may be putting money in the bank. But until you get good at uncovering value, you're not just selling. I'm not picking up what I'm putting down. Maybe say I'm getting it. So believe me, there's this one. What's that word? Believe. Everybody say what is it? Believe me. Believe me. Okay. And then that one more word for you. In case y'all missed it. Okay, let's read it together, y'all. Believe me. Believe. Believe me. All about your like you call on everything very big. It's so that's so late. Like where am I? Before that. Believe. Believe me. Believe me. Now why did I have to write believe? I want you to understand that your life is made up of your beliefs. Your beliefs create your life. See, you will be living what you're believing, even though you be lying. What that means? That means anything I tell myself about a future outcome, I made it up. You will be living, and you write the first person, I put up what I believing, even though I be lying. I don't know if I get grammar, but it's a really good illustration. You say, what does that mean, Byron? It means anything I tell myself about future outcome, I made it up. I tell myself, I'm going to close the sale. I made that outcome up. I tell myself, I'm going to hurt my person. I made that up. I tell myself, what they're going to slam the door in my face. I made that up. If I tell myself when I'm done speaking, I'm going to go back to my room and take a nap, I made that up. I can triple something up my head. It comes to the next 3 months on my way out of this room. That's what happened. Look, is that a possibility? But I don't say, well, I'm going to do everything in my power not to trip over something and put my head in the phone for the next 3 months, and then I can make it to my room safely. They're going to do everything in my power to make it happen. Nobody talks about all of the negative possibilities on their way to their objective when they believe the objective is going to happen. They just say, I'm going to go do this. Right? Nobody said, well, I'm going to go out and I'm going to try to get in my car and try to drive through the port. Nobody says that. You're going to get in your car and drive through the port. Why? Because you made up a story about a future outcome that you desire, and there's no contingencies in it. But when you get ready to change your life, start talking and sending contingency like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to grow my business. I'm going to try to sell more rooms. I'm going to try to sell more solar. I'm going to try to grow our company. Well, you may not be able to do it because what if this happens and that happens and this happens and that happens? Like when you're growing your life and expanding your life, why do you throw that contingency language in? It doesn't make any sense. You're talking yourself out of the very things you're telling yourself you do not. You understand what I mean? Now I say, I won't be living what I'm until I divine. Anything I tell myself about a future outcome, I'm going to make $12 million this year. I'm going to make $100 $6 million this year. I'm going to go make $300 million this year. Whatever the story is, I tell myself I made it up. Because I have no idea. Not only do I not have any idea what's going to happen the rest of this year, I don't even know what's going to happen this afternoon. But I make up stories that give me the power to walk into them. And if you're not walking in the life you want to live right now, if your business is the business you want to build 3 years ago, and it's not where you thought it would be, and you're not living the life, and you're not running the business, you're not making the money, you're not living in the neighborhood and driving the car because you talk yourself out of it. Real talk. I hope that ain't too tough for my end, and you talk without talking, man. And what I gotta do is I gotta stop faking myself out, telling myself lies about the future that isn't out. When I say you will be living what you're believing, you know you'll be lying. I'm not talking about a malicious lie. I'm not talking about a lie that's intended to hurt or lie. I'm telling you anything you tell yourself about a future outcome. You may, I'm going to go get dinner tonight, and after dinner, I'm going to blah, blah, blah. You might show up soon and die, like right then. That's real. That's a real possibility. It has ever happened. Absolutely. So is the real body as well. But you don't say, oh, they're not. That's not just wait a minute. So why, when it comes to building your life, you talk like that? Why don't you just proclaim what you're going to do? And if you're making stories about your future anyway, since you're going to be involved in that activity anyway, why not make up stories that empower you instead of stories? Thank you. Do you understand the difference between people who live an exceptional life, people who live an ordinary life, but in stories and tell themselves? This guy was had a colorblind, his legs and had polio as an infant, barely made it out of high school, had a back injury, become one of the most sought after speeches. I just told myself that was worth. So you know, fix your life, fix your school. Stop asking yourself this man doesn't have a It doesn't work. That question made it out. You don't make it say that question made me say. What if, stop. Instead of asking yourself one question, ask yourself this question. How awesome is this question? It's really interesting. It's really interesting. And I'm sure some of you probably have learned this before. In biology, it says pain is the substance that takes me through the endless things. How many of y'all heard that? Okay. So, for those of you who heard it before, it's kind of a trick question in knowledge. So, there's the word. Okay, what's the first word in that verse? Faith. But it's not. The first word in that verse is now. It says now faith. I told you it's a trick question. Now faith is the substance of things moving. It is a person sin. Does that do it? Well, faith is something you only ever receive to allow yourself to enter it out. Or I say that you're bad. Okay. Faith is something you only receive when you allow yourself to enter into a map. The situation requires that faith. Some people never get faith because as soon as they're presented with a now situation, they turn and they away. They say it's too big, it's too hard, it's too tall, it's too far, it's too much, it's too this, that. They retreat, they go back to some things. They spend the rest of their life listening comfortably instead of taking a chance with themselves, writing things chapter back. Understand that wealth has a for speed. If you must become a person of action. So let me teach you something about sales. Most people don't understand when sales is hard for them, why sales is hard. I'm going to share something with you that I shared with a man named Chris this week. I first got started selling in 1985. I sold insurance investments. I drove a trash truck during the day. I sold insurance investments. So, when I got started selling insurance and investments, I was probably the worst salesman. In fact, I got started in October of 1985. I made my first sale in April 1987. I was doing presentations. How many of y'all know all this bad? How was bad? Right? I was really bad. Everybody said really bad. Okay, I was really bad, but I was okay with doing what it took to not stay bad. See, sometimes you have to be willing to be bad and stay in the activity long enough to get good. See, I lasted through one. The difference between me and the other people who were bad in 1985, who are still eking out of meager existence, is I was willing to keep doing what I was bad at. I was bad. You don't think I'm going to put down on your side and get it? And so what happens is when you're selling something, one of the reasons people have a hard time selling is because they resist being sold something. Now, I know we've all heard the phrase, people love to buy and they need to be sold. That's done some lots of things. It's like saying that. People love to get and they need to be. Does it make any sense? People love to buy and they need to be sold. Somebody said it in a sounding cue and everybody started repeating it. Now everybody thinks it's true. It's one of those truisms that aren't true. Can't be true. So, is it okay if I tell you all the truth? Say, tell me the truth, man. Here's the truth. People love to buy, and they love to be sold. That's the truth. But they hate to be convinced. And convincing is what you resort to when you fail to sell. But I said, it's bad. People love to buy, and they love to be sold, but they need to be convincing. It's convincing someone. It's not sales. Sales is persuasion. Sales is what? Persuasion. Persuasion is the opposite of convincing. It's not the same thing that people think. Persuasion and convincing are so. I see it as convincing is when I attempt to get you to do something I desire. Things that mine is. Can I get a witness? But persuasion is when I help you make a decision you already desire things from this. But see, so many people in sales going to Europe with 1,000 person something to find out what their risks are. You're trying to get them to their risks instead of getting yourself to their risks. So what they call sales? To their risks. When you tune into their business, you allow your prospect to provide the content. You provide the context. Your sales will go. People will buy from you. Whatever that is that you get for them and they can afford, then they will thank you in tears for giving them the opportunity. And that's not happening. It's because you have an agenda has nothing to do with their team. See, I love this. So I love a good salesperson. I love when they say, that's what I'm saying. Why? You know, I'm here. Why waste the opportunity, bro? Right? So I I love I'm gonna get around. I love to think one of the reasons you have a hard time selling is you need to think it's nice man. One of the reasons you have a hard time selling is because you need to think. So you love the money. I love people. In fact, I even things. I remember when COVID first started happening. My wife and I would walk into restaurants that were operating at 25% capacity. We'd ask for our favorite dessert and order a $20 meal. I would tip. You know why? Because we use the money to love the people. Over and over and over again. I say, like, get to a place in your life where you stop living from a place of bodily consciousness. Every time you go first, get irritated. Every time somebody tries to sell you something, you get irritated. The reason you can't sell, or maybe you can sell, but it's hard for you, is because when somebody attempts to sell you something, you get irritated. And so when you get ready to sell somebody else, you anticipate you're going to get as irritated as you do by the turn to sell you something. I don't know, through. You see, I love when somebody tries to sell me something. Just if they're really bad, I can learn what not to do. I'll take your notes. Well, I don't want to say what you just said. That was right? It's a really, really sound like was doing it, I hear you there. Right? So people love to buy and they love to be sold and they make to make you rich. You see, what happens is you have to care enough about their reasons to only sell you something that you really continue to see. The real reason people resist you when you sell into it is they can tell care more about the sale than you do. Like, I don't have time to go into the story right now. One of the best things you'll ever do, I'm going to tell you, and then he's been marrying all night. One of the best things you can do in selling is to disconnect yourself. Yes, yeah. When I'm selling, the difference between me and most people who sell, they're trying to get the person to buy. And I know this sounds weird. I know this can sound very paradoxical. I don't even remember that sentence once. That's how they use it. As if you're not waiting to look at it. Okay, so it's going to sound very paradoxical. When I am selling to someone, I am really, really, I know that. Because all I'm going to sell you something is going to do you're always going to do business. You don't buy it, you sell. Like, I'm not trying to get you to buy it. Sometimes I make some money. So you don't have, I'm going to make some money to buy something on that. I'm okay. Now, your life gets better when you buy something. When my life, when I'm driving far away, I don't need that. I got the ground properties I want to have. Like, my life is going to do. You know what I'm saying? So, I am not trying to get anything out of it. I'm trying to get some news. My goal is to get a transformation of people for you. And the reason that's so important, that's a thing you can't fake. The reason that's so important is because communication is only 70% of the words you say. The rest is body language to voice. See, your words can lie. Your energy doesn't know that. Your energy always changes. What happens when you're in a selling situation, yeah, their head is listening to the words, but their heart is feeling your energy. And if the energy is coming out of your heart and words are coming out of your mouth ain't matching, they're going to believe this one. No, this one is loud. This is loud. Even make it like that. And so what you've got to do is you got to get to the place in your life. If you want to get great at sales, when you have enough empathy to care about the results of the person gets, have a high enough level of empathy to care about what the other person gets, have a low enough level of empathy about everything about you. And the same. I have that time I say, but this is what you get. MYRON. Mine. That's me. That's what you get. I ain't gonna try to make you think something different about me. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna tell you some jokes that ain't funny, right? I'm gonna challenge you a little bit, make you think about stuff you ain't never thought about in your life. I'm gonna tell you a Bible verse or two. That's who I am. That's even, you know what, baby? One of the things you do, like you want to be a chameleon, and you don't think, okay, you don't think on me. So I don't have to, I want to get to you. Listen, in any interaction with a person, like I know if I bring you value, it is a seed that I'm sowing into one of my future, but it will eventually produce harvest. Every word is seed, every deed is seed, every dollar is seed. Sowing into my future. The harvest that I'm reaping today is based on the seeds I sowed in the past, and the harvest I reap tomorrow will be based on the seeds I sowed today. I do want to sow seeds. It's a place in your life When your mantra is to love the people, use money, and use the money to love the people, your business will explode. You hear me? Because people know you care. And see, there's no, not about your paycheck, not about your revenue goals, not about your income, not about your new house. Not them. You, I mean, you don't need to answer this. It's like right now. Like take an inventory inside yourself now. You have the ability to engage in an interaction with another human being without having an agenda with fixing them. Because when you when you live your life like that, so oh baby, something. So I'm gonna show you a formula. And usually when I'm talking to people, like you understand sales is sales, business is business. Whether you sell a roof, solar, or if you're offering to sell books, or you're coaching to sell coaching, or you're selling to sell consulting, or you're a hotel that you sell leases, or you're an insurance agent to sell insurance, or you sell supplements and wellness, you understand that sales is about connecting about your thing. It's not what's valued is you about it's what's valued them. But see, here's the reality. Like like people say, Myron, what's your elevator pitch? I don't have one. So we mean that now. But it's not an elevator. I am so much more concerned with having only them have a good day than adding to the quality of the day. My experience is like that with the elevator. What you say is the right thing to say, that was American. What's that? Like, can you like have like real relationships with people without it having to do with giving somebody often? By the way, there's nothing wrong with money. I like to get paid. I love to get paid more. I get paid more. I like. Now y'all know me dealing with right. So I do not have a problem getting paid. I don't think they all getting paid. In fact, I'm paid no secret. Most people let me tell you. I believe that money, if I say money, money is the purest motive that exists on. Say, that, why? Well, because, like, if somebody says, like, if they say, well, if you stay in this hotel, you pay so much a day, you know exactly what they want. They don't have to wonder, right? It's like, man, let's like act like they want something else, and they really want money, right? When you get, like, money, I'm not saying it's the only motivation that matters. I'm saying it is the pure motive. You don't have to lie with somebody else out of you. There's money changing. That's one of the reasons why I love the bank. I know that when I climbed in this hotel, and the dude at the front door took my luggage out of the cart, he wasn't doing it because he's a nice guy and he thought I was going to go. And he paid. So get what I did. I did. It doesn't happen. I didn't have to take the luggage out. He got paid. Everybody's happy. I went downstairs and ate breakfast this morning, $30 breakfast. I gave him $10 tip. Why? You see how he wanted some money. And the restaurant ain't paid. They paid that $30. I made $3. Right? Like, you know what? When I go back tomorrow, see, I'm staying like in restaurants. I got a tipping system that's you need help. It's only going to be a minimum, so it's a minimum. But the way I really like to do it, I'm going to give $10 for every person I got to do at least 10 months. So I got decent service. If I take my daughter out for breakfast and me and my daughter eat, and the bill comes to $25, you'll give me serving $20. Why? And I told him, because I know they want. I pretended that they're just there and they like being in a restaurant. Y'all figure out what I'm putting down? Okay, cool. So if you stop resisting, then people are trying to sell you, you can stop resisting. Right? Because, let me ask you a question. What's the screen have to do with life? What does that mean? Has to be healthy or else? Has to bloom, when I said earlier, it has to be an atmosphere. What the tree have to do that? Has to be an apple tree. Everything, so it's like I just said, everything we introduce that is all sales, you know, you want to get them just like every other area. So if you're creating people come to sell it, you are creating an environment which can so we're doing business. Let's say right now, your business is doing $1 million a year. So I think 12, 10 million, right? 10x, 12x. I mean, all that sounds pretty good. Okay, cool. So let's say you're currently generating 100 leads per month and you're converting 10% of those leads at on a $10,000, right? 10K, 10K, right? So that's 100 grand a month. Okay? So you're doing 100 grand a month, you're doing $1.2 million a year. That's not terrible, right? Um, so now what happens? Well, if you want to grow this, there are only four ways to grow this. How many ways? I mean, okay, so the first thing you want to do is you want to grow your lead generation. So let's take this lead generation, double it. So now you're generating 200 leads. If everything stays the same, you just double your business. Now you're making 20 grand a month. So you put 4 million. I don't like that better. All you did is double your lead generation. By the way, this is like the fastest, easiest thing to fix is your lead generation. Most people lead generation process are more. Lead is some of the best lead generation process I've ever seen. Like you want to generate leads, you want inbound leads coming. You say, okay, what do you do for me, right? So then the next thing you want to do, is you double your conversion. So now instead of just doubling your lead generation, now you double your conversion. So you're still doing 200 leads. Now instead of doubling at 10%, you're converting 20% because you improved your conversion process. Another reason most people who sell are horrible. The reason most people in sales make a living is because people love to buy and love to be sold. It's not because the salesperson's here. There's so many salespeople out there who are making a great living just because there's a market of people who want to buy stuff. Period. Well, what would happen in your sales process? Well, in your sales process, that would be conversions. Now, you make 20 leads a month, right? At and I said it, said two, yeah, 20K, okay, that's right. So now you get 20 leads a month, you're at 20%. So now you're making 40, you're making 40 sales. So now you're making 400K. I did that wrong. So now you're making 400, right? This is 200, right? So 10 sales, and you're doing 10 sales, or sorry, 20 sales, that's 20, that's 40 sales at 400K. That's 400,000 a month, right? So now let's add one more component. Let's add industry. Let's add conversion. These are like commercial product. Let's say you're closing these 40 sales a month. Let's say you get 4 people. You get 4. So you get 20 people, 20%. So that's 40 sales. So you get 40 sales times 10% of these people times 10%. Now you're making 4 sales at 100K. So that adds another 400K. Now you're at 800,000 a month. So 400K here from the commercial and 400K here, you're going 800K a month. You only need to add one more component. What's that? Add a continuity component. Now, you know, I'm not in the roofing business. I'm not pretending to be in the roofing business. I am in sales. I understand how to sell stuff to people. I understand what causes people to buy. So I understand what causes people to buy. So it's right? But uh, I understand that if you have products to sell people, they will buy them. How many of you, and maybe this wouldn't work, but for most businesses work, you might add a continuity program. What would the continuity program be? Maybe it would be a service agreement where they get an inspection 2, 3, 4 times a year. They get an inspection once a quarter. Let's say they pay $97 a month for it. $97 a month. Let's say you add that as forced continuity on the back of every program you sell. So you sell, make 40 sales a month. So 97 times 40, that's for $4 grand a month. So let's just call it $4 grand a month. So it's 4,000 a month times 12 months. It's 48,000. 48,000 a month. Add that to 800,000. 800,000. 840,000 times 12 months. 10%. So I can do the math in the calculator. Just add a continuity. So make that continuity program for you is a service agreement where, like my electrical contractor, you pay $100 a month. So they get one free shop clothes, stop and stand there, one, they come out and check